There we go. How are you all? Getting everything situated, as always. I had it all set up until I had to. How are you all? Wait a second here. Getting everything situated. All right. Okay, you guys. I think we're all set up. All righty. Okay, I think we're good. I'm in frame with everyone. Let's see. Go ahead and pop a message in the chat and make sure that you can hear me. Let's see here. I'm going to turn off my volume so that we don't have an echo. And let's see here. This is the first time we've streamed on two platforms at the same time, so bear with me for a second as we get started. But let's see here. Make sure that we're up and live there. Okay, looks like everything's good, and we've got our chat here. Okay, you can hear me. Hey Tara, how are you? We've got lots and lots to do today. So, and let's see here, as I'm pulling my stuff apart, need to grab, oh, I was going to show you, I have our project sheets. I printed them actually so that everybody can see them. Printed two. Okay. So I've got all of our project sheets here, and I will add these. So I formatted them into an 8.5 by 11, and I think yeah, so I formatted them onto an 8.5 by 11. Am I upside down? No. Okay. Are you sure? Oh, so weird. I look upside down. Okay. So I have printed them and formatted them onto an 8.5 by 11, so you guys can print them out if you want and have them for later. But for all intents and purposes for tonight, I'll walk you through everything we're going to do. But we're going to work with our October kits, and like I said earlier, if you don't have our October kits, you can take these project sheets and grab things from your stash that are, you know, similar types of products, and you can use whatever you've got in your stash and recreate these pages using your own products. But if you are interested in recreating the exact pages that I'm making today, you can go ahead and find the link on YouTube in the description box below, and in our school community, it's on the post for this class. So, and for those that are on YouTube, we have an amazing community on the school platform, and it's nice and organized, and it's a space that's dedicated solely to scrapbooking and paper crafting, nothing else. So that's super nice, and there's tons of people. We've got lots of stuff happening there all the time, so it's a great place to spend your time and find tons of creative inspiration. We've got all of our Hip Kit Club design team projects there in our classrooms, and they're nice and organized, and you'll find the video and photos and everything all in one place, rather than having to go ahead and visit a bunch of different platforms to find all of the content that you're looking for. So there is a link to join our school community in the description box, and I highly suggest that you give it a try, and you can join it for free. We also have a supporter program for those that are interested in doing that. It's a great way to be able to access more content. You get access to all of the Hip Kit Club cut files that we release each month, and a bunch of other content, classes, and events. And the other thing that I want to mention really quick is that on our Craft and Connect community, we offer our, hang on one second here. I don't know what is happening because this my laptop is not liking the saying that it's running, my battery's running low. Hang on, let me see if I need to switch these out. 1 second here. That's weird. All right. Okay, so where was I? So in our Craft and Connect community, every Saturday from 1 to 4, we have a free live stream virtual crop, which is similar to Zoom. So you can have your cameras on, we chit chat with one another, talk about like craft stuff and other stuff, make jokes, share jokes, books, you name it. So definitely give that a try. And but once you register and get yourself all situated there, you'll be able to see all of the content that we've got there. And there's a ton going on, and lots of really great people, and that are, you know, totally passionate about having that creative outlet, and they understand the importance to all of us. They kind of get it, you know, we're our friends and family that aren't paper crafters. They don't necessarily get it. They think it's cute and they love that we do it, but having people that actually understand the benefits and how it kind of is a form of self-care is really a nice thing. So be sure to scroll down and check that out. Click the link and go and browse around. I think you'll be really pleasantly surprised and inspired by all that's happening there. So also really quick for YouTube, if you guys like our content and like the types of things that we are sharing on our YouTube channel, and the classes and tutorials and all of that, if you would give my video a like and also subscribe to our channel and hit that notification bell. You will get notified every time we have a new video added or a new event coming up, so you won't miss anything. So, because everything, we have so many talented people on our team, and we don't want you to miss any of our projects. So without further ado, I can talk forever, and I'm sure that everybody would rather us be doing some scrapbooking rather than listening to me. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to start with layout number 1. And for that, I'm going to make sure that everything is, I'm going to zoom in with this camera just a little bit. Okay. Yeah. So that's, I think that's better. Every time. Okay. So we will, I just want to make sure that we're going to be in frame. Okay, great. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to start with our first layout. And if you're not familiar with our project sheets and you haven't worked with them before, one of the things that it lists is it gives you all of the things from the kit that you need to pull out, and it'll give you your photo sizes and all the details. So you'll see those here. And for this particular page, we are going to need, I'm going to need a paper trimmer there, and then some white cardstock, which over here, and I think it's trimmed. Okay, this one is trimmed down. So I've got a sheet of white cardstock, and then I've got our Argyle paper. This is called our Fabulously Fallish paper, and we're going to use this for the corners. And then we will need our frame paper. I'm grabbing that right now. Okay. Here we go. We're going to need this. And I don't know. We don't need this one for this page. So what we need to do, there's a few different ways to do this. We need 2 of these frames, and we need this magenta one here and this kind of orangey red one here. And there's a few different ways to do this. Some people use their craft knife, some people use scissors, and typically what I do is I use my ruler and my craft knife to do the center. And so what I'm going to do here is we're going to get everything cut so that we can just easily assemble everything. So I'm cutting the center out, and the key with using a ruler and a craft knife is that a lot of people try to put a lot of pressure on their craft knife, and that's when it kind of goes awry and finds its own path. If you just put a light bit of pressure as you come down with your knife, it kind of creates a groove in the paper. And so then you can just follow it again until you get all the way through it. And you'll feel that your glass mat or your self-healing mat or whatever you're using to protect your work surface as you get all the way through it. But yeah, you don't have to put a lot of pressure. And if you do, then it kind of ruins it. But see how easy that is? Easy peasy. All right, so we'll do that one, and then we need this magenta one over here. And take this. There we go. So we're doing this class this week, and then next week on Friday, we'll be doing our November project sheet class as well, which will be a lot of fun. I think that if you haven't had a chance to check out our project sheets, they've been shared in on our website. There, you'll find them also. This one I got just a little bit crooked. You'll also find them in our Craft and Connect community classroom and in our Facebook group. So there's lots of different places for you to be able to see those. There we go. Just a little. All right, I'll fix that with some scissors. So now I'm going to quickly grab my scissors. And the thing about scissors and fussy cutting, people always, you either have a love-hate relationship with it or you hate it. And the key with fussy cutting is your scissors. You'll never get a smooth cut if you have dull scissors. You want to definitely have a pair. I have two different pairs. So like for bigger things like this, I'll use a pair of larger scissors like this so that I can cut with one length of the blade, so to speak. And that tends to keep the lines a little smoother. But for little tiny intricate things, these don't work well. I've got a pair of Cutter Bee fine tipped fine tip scissors, and those are the ones that I use mainly for like florals and things of that nature. And I did buy some Teflon ones, and I love them because oftentimes I get glue or sticky stuff on my scissors if I'm like cutting foam tape or something like that, and then they get all gummed up, and it's not hard to clean, it's just annoying. So being able to grab a pair of scissors that are Teflon and aren't going to give you any problem is a good thing. And so they don't, the adhesive just doesn't stick to them. And these two have a Teflon coating on them. And so these don't get gummed up either. That's my my new thing that I like a lot. All right, if you guys have any questions as we go through this, pop a message in the chat and I'll be sure to answer. The other thing too is I always keep like a fine white border when I fussy cut things, because I feel like if I try to go right up against the edge sometimes, if things get a little wonky, it's more noticeable. Whereas if you've got like a little white edge, a lot of die cuts have a little bit of a white edge on them. And that is because since we manufacture our own products, you need to give a little bit of room for the printed material to shift a little bit when it's going through the cutting process. Because what they do is they create these gigantic dies and they feed the paper through. And it's all machine. It's all machines. But they feed the paper through it. And then if it doesn't line up just right and there's a little bit of give where the cut line is, then it won't cut into your image. So kind of the same idea for your fussy cutting. So keep that in mind. And it's a personal preference too, because not everybody likes to have those extra bits of white lines. Okay. So one of the things with this is that we're now going to cut the argyle paper. And this paper, if you look at it, up in each one of the corners, it's kind of got a little bit of a portion of a diamond, and which isn't a big deal except for the fact that they're all light blue, and I don't want to have light blue in the center of my page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim this paper down slightly so that it doesn't, so that those little blue marks aren't there. Let's see, I think I'm going to do it like this. So I'm going to go across the top, and so we've got this, and do it across the bottom too. All right. And we'll fudge this a little bit in the end. And then you can either take your craft knife and cut along the corners here, or you can place it in your paper trimmer on a diagonal. And this particular paper trimmer has like a little wire, so you can see exactly where the blade is going to cut, so that you know you've got it in there straight. So I'm going to take that here, and then I'm going to do it along the top as well. Alrighty. So I'm going to line this up. And we'll go ahead and cut it. Okay, so see, we've got this on the top and the bottom. Up in the top here, my blade needs to be replaced. It's being fuzz. Okay. So now we've got our white cardstock, and I don't mind the light blue on the edges. I just didn't want it in the corners because the corners allow you they draw your eye from the top corner to the bottom of your page. And I just like to have a strong start and a strong finish, if that makes sense. So here, let's see. Let's see if I can bring this. There we go. Okay. All right. So I'm trying to zoom in just a little bit. Okay. And there, of course, are all my frames or my cords. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take, where did I put my glue bottle? Oh, here it is. So depending on what you use, I like to use, I just use tape runners for everything. And I just got tired of things coming loose. So now, and I use liquid glue, and I'll use a tape runner if I'm unsure as to where I want the final placement of something, but then I'll use a tape runner, and then I'll use, when I'm sure in the end, then I'll adhere it with liquid glue. And nowadays they have so many of these nice little fine liner bottles. At our crop last weekend, somebody was using, I think it might have been Jennifer Leonard, was using her Sweet Petunia glue press. And that looked like a nice little tool, because it made adding your glue a lot easier. Sometimes, you know, when your glue gets clogged, and I think that it has something that when you put it down, it puts something in the little tip so that you don't have your glue get clogged up. Okay, so those are our first step. And then the next thing we want to do is we want to take our photos and put them behind our frame. Now this calls for a 2 3/4 by 2 inch photo and a 2 by 2.5 inch landscape photo. And so what we're gonna do, and for those of you that know me and know that I oftentimes don't scrap with photos in mind. I add my photos later. So, and I usually just keep a placeholder with my, with white cardstock. And oftentimes I'll just use black and white photos, and then I can just print them in whatever size I need for my page. So that's kind of nice. Then I'm not necessarily designing around a photo size, which is nice. At least for me, it's nice. Everybody has their own way of doing things, but that's kind of my go-to. So I'm just going to back these with some white cardstock here. And then I'll add my photos later. One thing that I oftentimes like to do when I use frames is I like to give a little bit of shadow between my frame and my photo. So I often will add foam adhesive around the edge. And this was what used to gum up my scissors a lot. I was cutting this fun foam because sometimes I use little foam squares, but if I've got like larger areas that I'm adding this stuff to, having just longer strips is easier. So I'm going to add a little bit of foam to the edges here. You could even cut these out if you weren't like going to use them on this layout, or if you have some frames or that you aren't going to use. They're great for cutting out and hanging on to, and you can use them as templates for other designs. Like if you wanted to have a frame out of like a tiny little floral. Actually, I should do some frame cut files. That'd be a nice little thing to be able to grab and have, because I use frames for all kinds of things. I don't just use them to frame photos. I use them as embellishments and as layering pieces, and sometimes they work really well to break up those straight lines and to kind of add a little bit of open space. You'll see that on my pages a lot. Okay, so see, by adding that foam, you can definitely you get that nice little shadow there. So let's do that for this one as well. I love it. I love dimension on my pages. Some people do, some people don't. So if you're one that doesn't like it, just glue it directly to your page. Bob's coming down. Maybe I'll be able to get him to bring me some ice water. Will you bring me some ice water? Will you bring me some ice water? Thank you. He's a good egg. For all of you that get to chit chat with him via email. Okay, let's see. Hi, Valeska. I didn't even see you there. I'm glad you're here. Alrighty. So here, this. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Water. Okay. So let's put some glue here. And here, and then we'll glue this on the back. And for you, those of you that scrap with photos, this would be your photo. Okay, so that gives a nice little bit of dimension, and I'm even going to try to keep my desk somewhat clean. We'll see how long that lasts, but I usually am, ended up being kind of a hot mess. Alrighty, put that aside. Grab this aside. And I always save my paper strips. In fact, I have a really fun page with our November kit using paper strips, and that I'll be sharing soon. I absolutely love how it turned out. I use paper strips a lot in a lot of different ways, but this time I just used a bunch of paper strips and I die cut some with like a decorative edge die, just to add a little bit of interest, and then I lined them all up. Just wait till you see it, you're gonna love it. Okay, so we've got our photos here, and then we need to grab our die cuts here. I think I might have this. Into this one, and I want to make sure that I have the pieces. I think I do. Alrighty. So we need a few of our little houses. So we need the little blue guy. I meant to sort through this stuff earlier, but life gets in the way. So we've got some more houses here. And actually, here, let me do this. So these little acrylic trays, love them. I got them on Amazon, and they are absolutely perfect for putting your die cuts into while you're working with a kit, because they are wide and not too deep, and it allows you to spread everything out so you can see what you're looking for, which is really nice. All right, so I need that. There should be a pink one. Check all these out. I think I have my florals and my florals and my ephemera mixed together, which is fine. Okay, so then we need the pink tree and the yellow tree, and pull some of these leaves out too. Excuse my cats. We have one that just likes to beat another one up. Actually, it doesn't even beat her up. It just he antagonizes her, and you would think that she's getting her limbs ripped off, but she's not. She's just an overreactor. And if she didn't do that, it's kind of like, you know, when you have kids and one antagonizes another, and the more irritated one kid gets, then chances of them aggravating them again is higher. This is kind of funny. So my cat, I don't know if you guys can see this, but let's see here. Can you see that there's two little holes in this cat? My cat stole it and was carrying it around the house. So I'm keeping it anyway, because I think it's kind of funny, and I think I should use it. Let's see. Oh, am I? Creative Cottage Rodriguez and Liana K. Huang, did I say that right? And Helen Salas, welcome, welcome. I'm glad you guys are here. I'm trying to, all right. I think I need a mushroom. Okay, here's more houses, but I don't need this one for this. All right. You can see by me just going through these how much comes in one pack of die cuts. Well, this one has this one has the florals in it too, or some of them, it looks like. Looking for, is it the pink house? I need a light pink house. Here's the light pink house. Okay. There we go. All right. Set these aside. And so we're going to kind of lay these out so that they're going to go across the page here. We want the little one of the trees up here, the little blue house. Where's my yellow house? The little, oh, that's not the right one. This is the one I want. Okay. So the little yellow house is going to kind of peek from behind the frame. This one's going to kind of be on top of it. And this is what gives your little embellishment clusters life, is when you have them kind of placed in different layers. Makes your embellishment clusters a lot more interesting. And then over on this side, we'll do this guy. and the orange house and our yellow tree. I think for this page, I'm going to add a little bit of foam adhesive behind this house because it is going to be kind of on top of the frame there, and the frame is lifted, so we need to have a little bit of foam. Let's see what happened here. There we go. We need to have a little bit of foam to lift this part so it sits right. I'm thinking I'm gonna put 2 layers so that it lifts up a little bit along this edge as well. Okay, so I'm going to, this is where my tape runner comes in handy. So I'll use it for stuff like this so that when I'm placing stuff down, I can kind of tweak it a little bit, but not everything is like jumping all over the place. Okay, so I think that's about how I want it. And then this guy, I'm going to glue directly to the background. So he's going to go about right there. And then my little house, put some adhesive here, and this guy, let's see, maybe I don't want 2 layers. I think I don't. And the reason I'm doing that is because most of the foam on this is like right in here at the inside edge. So put this about right here. And hold it in place. And then I'll put another little bit. Boy, you should have seen my desk during our mixed media class. And then my trash can was so overflowing with paper towels. I think I probably almost used an entire roll. Okay, so add this here. Put a little bit of glue. And now I'm going to put my little kind of want this to overlap just a bit. So let's kind of set him about right there. This. Okay. Didn't have enough glue on this. Okay. So do we have any audiobook readers or listeners? Last week I started reading a new book, and it's by an author, Wally Lamb. I read one of his books years ago. He wrote a book called She's Come Undone, and it was like part of like the Oprah early years of Oprah's book club. And I've read a couple of his other books, but it's been a while since I've read anything from him. And he recently, can I slide my papers up like this? And there we go. Is that better? Actually, here, let's just do this. This will help a little bit if I zoom out slightly. There, that's better. Except for the fact that you get to see all my cords. Okay. There we go. Okay, so there's that one. Now we need to add our little pink guy, and this one I'm going to put down. Also, I'm going to glue this one directly to the background. Oh, anyway, yeah, see, I lose my train of thought so easily. So anyway, I started reading this book. It's called The River Waits, I think. I don't know if Elaine is here tonight, but she also read it. I'll have to look and see, but boy, it gets you from like the first like 20 pages. Kind of takes your breath away. So for those of you that are looking for a good book and that like, it's kind of heavy, so we'll put that out there as well. But for those of you that like that kind of thing, it's a really, really good book. And oftentimes I get so tired of reading books that I think I'm liking and then they peter out at the end, or I feel like sometimes the author gets tired and he's like, oh, I'm just done. I'm just going to end it. Okay, so let's add just a little bit of foam behind this tree. So I've got a little cat guest on my desk. She'll probably come over here and make her appearance before too long. So this is birthday season in our family. Yesterday was the first of our 3 daughters' birthdays. They're all 11 days apart. And so our middle daughter's birthday was yesterday. And then we've got our oldest daughter will turn 30 33 on the 31st. Okay, so this, I've got some, the foam is just a little bit too close to the edge, so I just cut part of my tree off so that this can kind of butt up right next to there. All right, so there's that. Are you guys coming along? All right. So now, whoops, we need to start pulling some of the other bits and pieces. We need some leaves. Here for my stuff. Okay, Tates. Bye. It's so much fun. Okay. So I fussy cut a ton of stuff too. When I did this, when I got this kit, I went through and I fussy cut the pages and pages of leaves because I love the fall. And leaves are really easy to fussy cut, so that's another thing. So these I think are all fussy cut. So let's see. And honestly, it really doesn't matter what leaves you use, but I'll try and find the ones that I had marked. Let's see. Some kind of a blue one. See, everything is mixed up. This guy. There's him. And then need a blue one. So blue. Okay. This guy. This guy. No. No. Love leaves and trees. What's your favorite season to scrapbook? Kind of sort through these. I can't find exactly the right one. I'll just choose something. It's got to be in here somewhere. Trees. Leaves, leaves, leaves. This guy? Nope, I already found that one. That one. So let's see what I have here. Ah, there it is. I think if that's not it, we're going to pretend that it is. Okay. Okay. So what we need to do is we're going to add, I cut the little, to make this easier, I cut the little stems off these so that they are easier to tuck underneath. And sometimes, so there's that. Here's this guy goes over here. And I'm going to trim. This guy has his trimmed off. And then I think there's some little tiny there's that. I'm just going to grab some little pieces. It looks like we need the foam stickers. Why can I not? Oh, there we go. All right, so we'll grab this guy. We need him. And hey, Bob, can you hear me? Guess not. All right. This guy. Thought I had grabbed, hang on 1 second. So many things mixed together here. Let's just do this. Okay, so we have that. And this guy. And put him over here. Down just a little bit and slip him kind of under where the there we go. And then this guy will go over here on this side. Him under here. I think I'll take a little foam. I'm not going to put foam all the way underneath him, this little leaf here, but I'm going to put a little bit right here just to kind of lift this outer edge. So it just gives that little bit of shadow there. And it holds it in place. All right. So there's that. And then trying to got so much stuff sitting around here. Sorry, so many things in packages. Okay. So we also need a little on the back here. There are two little oak leaves that I believe, are they in here? Or I think might be this guy and this guy. So we've got this. I'm going to put a little foam dot under this part of this leaf. Front, yeah, this leaf, and then that will pop that up. I kind of do that for all of them because I just like, especially when they're on top of something with pattern below it, it gives that little bit of shadow and separation, and the shadow kind of helps them stand out rather than just getting lost in what is behind it. So there's that here, and then we're going to pop this little foam leaf kind of right in here. And this guy's moving around a little bit, so I'm going to pop some adhesive over on him just to hold him in place. And then this little leaf goes over here, kind of under. There we go. Okay. So for step 3, we've got our trees, our houses. We've added some leaves and a branch on this side. And then we've got our little leaves at the bottom and our little branch over here. And so the last part of this is just the finishing touches. It's all the tiny little bits and pieces. So little puffy stickers and probably a few more little foam stickers. That makes it really easy. And I'm going to open these. And we've got a couple of foam stickers. We need fun and love. So fun is going to go right over here. There we go. And then love is going to pop in, and it's going to fill this little bare spot. See where that extra space is between the leaf and the house? It's going to fill that. Okay. And then we need a couple of little tiny leaves we've got over here. So we need, I'm going to pull these off. So we need the little teal puffy leaf. We need, I believe that there are two little this leaf here, this little purple one, and we need this little mushroom, and there's another mushroom here that is purplish, but I think that there's, hard to see them on my, let's do this. So we've got, we need a red mushroom, and I believe that he's right here. And there's a bigger mushroom, and I believe that it's on this guy over here. He is, let's see, I need this guy, and should be a purple one. And also, there we go. And I'm missing a mushroom, but I'm not, which might be a die cut. So let me look here. These here. I do not see a mushroom there. Do I see a mushroom here? Yes, he's in this. All right, let's go ahead and put these down. So we've got our little red mushroom is going to go right over here. And there's a little teal leaf that I'll put over there. And we'll add our little orange flower. And over on this side, we've got our pink flower is going to go right here, and that's going to cover up the kind of where the tree and the branch kind of meet up. It'll clean that up a little bit. And then under here, I'm going to lift this up a little bit and add that purple leaf. And then where did my little okay, so now I need to grab the there's a little I pulled it out. I didn't. Okay. So there's a little mushroom in here. And honestly, I would grab just anything, but I don't want to use something that we need for a different project. So otherwise, I'm good at winging it. Let's see, is this the one? Nope. All right, so not there. Oops. Yeah, you little guy. Might just end up using this one, but hang on. That one. It's in here somewhere, but I'm just not seeing it. Okay. So let's just pop these. I'm going to use that other one that I just pulled out, which I think will work out perfectly. Okay. So I'm going to, because this is tiny, you know what? Guess where it is? It's right in the package. Okay, so let's put a couple little foam dots. Where did I put my foam dots? Okay, I'm going to put a couple little foam dots on the back of him. Actually, I think I'm just going to put it on the top of the mushroom because I'm going to slip his stem kind of underneath. Underneath here. Okay, there, and then my little blue guy is going to go there. And now we need our title, which is on our puppy stickers. Where did I put them? This is what I said. I was going to keep my desk clean until it wasn't clean. And that's, oh, here they are. Okay, so here's our title, Sweater Weather. We're going to pop this up and put him right under here. And I don't want to, I'm going to tuck him underneath here. And this guy, I just want him, lift him up. I just want to move him slightly so that my title will fit. There we go. Put that up against there. And then this guy can sit like that. And then our little flower can go here. Alright. So there we go. All right. Layout number 1 is done. So here, show it off. turned out really cute. Here's the, I'll kind of show the embellishment clusters a little bit more close up. There you go. All right. So there we go. Layout number 1 with project sheet number 1. All right. So next, we're going to work on layout number 2. And this one is a vertical design. And I need a sheet of white cardstock, which I have a bunch of. And I need to trim the branding strip off of this. So where did I put my trimmer? So with this one, we're using a few different we're using some circles, which is kind of fun. Nice to break things up and use something other than squares all the time. So let me make sure that this is all right. So what we need to do is we need to pull out some of our paper. There's a few different patterns that we'll need. We need this guy, and we need this guy, and we need this guy. And I used for this grabbing a punch. At least I knew where it was. Okay. So we need to punch some circles, and this is, I think it's a 2.5 inch circle punch. So if you have a die, or if you've got a, if you don't have like tools like that, if you've got, these are super cheap. Remember these from like school, your compass, trace it, and then you can fussy cut any circle you want out. If you use your ruler and you draw a line at any, whatever length you want for the diameter of your circle, and then put a little point at the or at the center point, you put your point in to that mark, and then you kind of adjust this so that your pencil hits the end of the line, and you run it around, and you've got your circle in the right size. So I use that a lot of times, especially for like bigger circles. You can use a plate or a cup or anything that you've got on hand, but these are that's a nice inexpensive option if you don't have a punch or circle cutter. Okay, so 2 of those, and then we need 2 of these. I think my punch is not very sharp. I don't know what I've done to it. I think I've had it for a very long time. And then we need on this paper, I don't think that this is, oh, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to fussy cut these out. Use my larger scissors too. So we need to cut 2 labels out of the togetherness paper. And the other paper that I used, the other 2 papers that I used were, I don't have their branding strips on them, so I will have to double check those and let you know, because I used part of that, but I think it's actually on here. So we needed 2 circles out of the Pretty Plaid and 2 circles out of the Warm and Cozy paper. So that's what these are. And then the labels are from Togetherness. Okay, so I'm just going to cut these out. Like I said, it doesn't have to be perfect, because on they're a little wonky, but I don't care. The other thing that is really nice to have, I've got a set of nesting metal dies. Actually, I've got a couple of different sets, and that have like all the circle sizes that you could possibly need. But what one doesn't have, the other one does. So, which I could have used those as well, but this is quicker. All right, and then we need to cut 2 strips from this. Need, let's see, a 1/2 inch. So use this trimmer instead and see if it's the blade's sharper. Put this in at a 1/2 inch. Oh, that blade's a lot. This a 1/2 inch. Seems to be, this does not look like it's a 1/2 inch. It looks wider than that. It is. Hang on. There we go. That's better. Okay. We also need is this on in our die cuts, and we need the frame. Aside, and I can't find what I'm looking for. Right, so here's this. These over here. Okay. So I need the little wreath here from the ephemera pack. And then I also need the other things that we need from here. We need a pumpkin, and we need, let's pull these out, pull things as we go, make sure I don't miss anything. That, and the little scarf, and there should be a little hat in here. The little socks. Need this guy. And there's nothing else in here. I think that there's a box, but I don't need that guy. There's two of those in here somewhere. I need the little hat, and this guy. There's another little acorn dude in here that I missed. So. Let me pop through this again really quick. Maybe the other one is in a different, is in the, another one in here maybe? Oh, it's in this one. All right, I think we needed that. So in here, we need another tray because there's too many things. All right. Pumpkin, pumpkin, flower, flower, pumpkin. All right, let's go through these really quick. Leave this guy and leaves that guy. This guy and leaf, flower, flower, pumpkin, some trees, for nothing. This one, I don't think it's that one. I think it's this guy, and then that guy, and then this guy, that guy, and trees. Little houses. Let's see. I think this leaf, there should be like a flower. No, it's, you stay down there. This I'm going to put over here. One that we needed. Flowers. If I separate them this way, then when I have to look for something, I'll be able to find it more easily. Nope. Out. Nope. All right. Get down. Okay. I think we have almost everything. There's one flower that I'm missing, and it might just, which is really weird. It might be on something else. It's a fussy cut one. It's this guy, and he is fussy. I'll tell you which paper I fussy cut him from. I think then the other things that we need are from our see, my desk starts getting messy, and then we're doomed. Okay, so let's start with what we've got, and then we'll grab things as we need to. So first of all, set these aside, and I'm going to glue my paper strips. And one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm going to flip them so that they don't have the same starting and ending point. They're not symmetrical. On the project sheet, it shows the side, so that, okay, so I'm going to put this one over here. Glue that down. And on the project sheet, it shows stitching running along the edge here. And for the sake of time, I'm not going to do that, but I have a little bit more adhesive on this one. And so this one, I'm going to start with the green on top. So it just creates a little variety from one side to the next. Whoops. I just need to flip these over and trim the edges. Okay. All right. Bye, Michelle. I probably missed you a while ago. Looks like you signed off a bit ago. All right, so let's see here. So now we're going to kind of create the foundation of our page. And we're going to layer our circles coming down the page. And I don't want them to be like too linear. In fact, with the little plaid, I'm going to make sure that I turn it so that the stripes are running diagonally. And it's a small detail, but I think it makes a difference. Okay. And then here is our frame. And this is going to frame our photo. And so it asks for a 3.5 inch circle, or at least a 3.5 inch photo with the subject of your photo in the center, so that you can kind of lay this on top and then kind of fussy cut around it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a little, it probably many of you know this, but if you cut fun foam in a narrow strip like this, it's very pliable and it's a lot quicker than trying to put little foam dots in all of the areas around a frame like this. So you can just use your fingers and kind of guide it around. And because I've cut it really thin, it works. I might have to add a couple of little areas where it's going to support some of the leaves and stuff, but for the most part, you can get the whole frame done quick and easy. Probably take a little bit here and a little bit there, and then maybe a bit on this one here. But the other pieces I think are going to be fine just the way they are. Okay. And then with my cardstock, let's see here. I have a sheet sitting around. Okay. So then I'm just going to take this, I'm going to put some glue on it. And put it on the cardstock. I'm going to let it sit for a second. And then I'm going to add some foam behind some of my circles. I want some foam behind this guy. So he can kind of stand out a little bit. And then this one, I'll let him sit there. And then this guy's gonna have, I think I can go around and well, my photos, my cardstock came a little bit loose, but that's all right. I think that there is all right. There's a little bit there. I think I'm going to put some foam underneath the photo too on this guy to make the center of my layout stand out. So I kind of want this part to show up, and then add another little piece of foam under this one, and then we'll do, here's my orange guy, I'll have him over here. So this is kind of how it's going to sit, basically. So I want the knit of the white circles going vertically, and then I want the plaid to go on a diagonal, and then it kind of just gives a little variation in the way that all of the stripes are going. Because we've got these going horizontal, we've got these going vertical, and then the plaid will be diagonal. And it just adds a little bit of variation in the way that all of the linear stuff is going to sit. So let's go ahead and actually for this, I'm going to use some tape adhesive. All right, so put that one there. Put this guy over here. And this guy, he's going to need glue anyway because foam does not like tape. Kind of move him a little. All right, and this guy. And then this one, it's going to go right here. So I'll put a little bit in the center here. But this is a great design, and you can use it with all different shapes. So like you could use it with hexagons, triangles. You could use it with squares too, flowers, all the things. Okay, so we're going to add him about right here. So I'm trying to make sure that the edges are just all a little off. So like this edge isn't in alignment with this one. So I'm moving it in just slightly so that it's just a little bit off. And then this guy, obviously, he needs glue. And then this one. Kind of go about right there. This one. a little bit. Down. And since this guy has to overlap him a little bit, at least that's how I'm showing it on the project sheet, I'm going to stick a little bit of foam in the center here. He'll need a little bit of glue as well. Right. Slip him under here. So there we go. So now that these are kind of put in the right place, I'm just going to add a little bit of liquid glue behind them so that they don't move. But I kind of do that so that at least I have a little something that can move if I need it to. And this would be really cool, like to take machine stitching or even hand stitching if you were so inclined around these circles, because I think it would add a great little detail. And that's something that you can always do afterwards too. So there we go. Step one done. Oh, actually, I put the little strips on. That was one of the last things to do. But okay, so now let's pull out some of the larger embellishments, and we'll start kind of layering them where they need to go. I had that upside down. So we're going to put our little pumpkin right about here. And then here we need see here what I've got. So I've got this guy is going to kind of go right under here. This guy is kind of going to go right over here, except for whatever reason, thinking that the leaf that I used is a little bit darker. Just look through here. May have been a fussy cut leaf, but that's all right. I'm just going to use whatever we've got here. And then the other thing that I don't think that I pulled out was a little teal flower, which might be teal flower here. No. I might have a fussy cut one in here somewhere. Or no, I do have it. All right. This guy here. The little orange one with the pink here. That over. And then this guy is going to go about right there. And this guy will place over here. And then I also, with the scarf, I really wanted to use it and it was not wide enough. And so what I did is let's see here, I cut, I want to make sure that I cut this in the right spot. I think I cut it here so that it will extend out beyond on either side of the frame. Cute, huh? Okay, so that goes there. Then we need a little we've got our little orange flower, we've got a art leaf, a little pink flower, our orange socks, a little bit of the little acorn, and then we've got the opposite acorn down here, and this little leaf goes about right here, and then we want to slip our hat here. So in essence, what I've done with the embellishments is that they're snaking around down through all of the details on the page. And so what we'll do is we'll start adding some adhesive. And with these, this page is so cool, and I like having a little bit of dimension on some of the bits and pieces. So we'll probably add a little bit of dimension on some of it, but some of it we'll just leave the way that it is. So we'll put this guy down here. Kind of want him to just sit here. And then sometimes with these, I'll just kind of curl the petals with my fingernail so that they just kind of flip up a little bit. So put him about right here. I'm gonna move this guy if he's, oh. That's one thing with liquid glue, is it is not forgiving. So let's move him over here. All right, so there we go. And then this guy, I think I will maybe put some at this one. Take this, and I'm going to put this so that it's just sitting right along here. right. This guy, put a little bit of adhesive on him, and he's going to sit right nestled in here. This guy, I just kind of want him. And then we'll put a little bit of glue here. And want him to just kind of sit right over about here. And then put some adhesive here. We'll put the scarf in so that he's just sticking out just a little beyond where the wreath frame is. And then that adds just a nice little detail there. Okay. And then put this here, kind of bend him just a little bit so that he can I'm just putting him in. I just put glue along kind of that inside vein of the leaf so that the edges can kind of pop up just a little bit. And then do the same thing with this one. I'm just kind of pinch the little leaf or the little petals so they just have a little bit of, just adds, gives them just a little bit of character, I think. Okay. Let's see. Right there. And then this guy, I think it's going to sit about right here. And we'll put the little socks. And the key is that everything just has a little, by having them, like everything kind of touch something else, everything just kind of has a little relationship with one another. Okay. And then I'm going to do this also. So I'm going to take this and just bend it along that vein of the leaf. And then I'm going to run my adhesive just right along there so that it's going to stick. Let's see. I want this. I think I want this kind of right along here. And then this other little acorn. Kind of bend these little guys just a bit, and then have him sit about here. So I want to make sure, because I think we have putting, these are gonna have like a little, make sure that I put this in the right place here, that I don't lose my little acorn. All right, so those can sit right about there, and then our little hat. Pop in. Let's see. Pop in right there. Alrighty. And honestly, that looks cute, kind of just like it is, but we got to add some more. Okay, so then we need to, so this is everything that we have through step 3. We gathered our supplies, we did all of our big pieces for the foundation of our page, and then we added some of the more substantial die cuts. And now we're just going to go in and sprinkle the little bits and pieces. One of the things, we've got this guy, and I'm going to put some foam adhesive under him. Let's see. No, it's perfect. All right. Because this doesn't have like an obvious title. It's just got a little, some little sentiments throughout. And I do that a lot on my pages. Okay, so there, just want that to sit right there for a second. I'm going to hold it down. So then we're going to start with some of our other, got some, probably some puffy stickers and some of the foam that we'll add to it. We've got this guy. Used him, so maybe let's just add, I might just add this guy. Okay, so there's that, and then we need some little, and then we'll do a little puffy sticker. We've got this guy that's going to go right over where, actually I'm going to put this one too, Fall Pigs is going to sit right, kind of right here. And right there. And then this guy is just going to kind of cover up the sunflower. Actually, this is not right. Let's see here. The lighter one. There's two puffy florals, and we want the one that has the lighter leaves. So he's gonna go about right here, and then the fall picks is gonna sit there. I think that one needs a little bit of foam. So let me grab this because it's sitting there kind of wonky. I need to pull I have decided that tweezers and I are not friends. So a paper piercer works much better for me. Okay, so there's that. And then we need a little, let's see here, I should have maybe a little yellow flower. I thought I did. Maybe I'll just grab something from floral die cuts. There's got to be something in here that's yellow. This one will work. Might be for something else, but we'll see. I think I might have already used our last page. Did we use a and I'm going to put a little foam behind this. There. And sit. Something just a little bit lighter there. I think I'm going to put this pear there because I wanted something kind of yellowish. All right. And then we've got all of these. I'm just going to tuck in right about here. We've got Stay Cozy, and then we need to add a few more little bits and pieces. Let's see what we've got over here in our puffy stickers. This guy. To add him kind of right over here underneath where there's a little bit of space between the die cut and the scarf. And then pink, apple, put over here. And I'm going to just put a little bit of adhesive here in the center. And sit him right there. And then I have a little floral that this little guy. It's going to sit right there. So cute. And then we've got, since this one is white, I'm going to put some foam behind him so that he has a little shadow, so because I want him to stand out against the white background. So he's going to go about right here. I want to just kind of flip his little petals up just a little bit. Okay. And then there was, gown irritates, sorry. And then we need something to fill in right there. I thought that, so we need something right here. And I want it to be, I'm going to take and put these here. There we go. Oops. There we go. Put that there. And then I want to put another little, little mushroom I'm going to put right here. He's going to kind of fill this little bit of space here. And add I'm going to put this little, snail right here, just to kind of fill in that little bare spot. And then add a little pink heart, and I'll put it right up here. And I think we're done. So there we go. Very cute. All right, so layout number 2 is done. So now we're going to switch up and do layout number 3, which is a lot of fun. I think you're going to really like it. I want to grab, all right, so let me kind of clean up just a little bit. I've got stuff all over the place, of course. That's how I roll. Alrighty. now let's grab our project sheet. I put it. Too many things sitting here. I've got stacks. Okay, so here we go. Layout number 2. This one's, or layout number 3. And here it is. Okay. So this one is a super fun layout, and we're going to use the resist chipboard that came in the October kit. And if you haven't tried this before, you're gonna love it. You can use it just as it is. It's white, but it has this finish, this pattern that is applied with a finish that is really glossy. So when you put like a water-based ink, like a dye-based ink or watercolors or mist or what have you over the top of it, it's going to repel the pigment, and that area is going to stay white. So you'll be able to see the pattern on them as you apply the pigment. So what we need to do is we need to start with, let's see here, where did this page go? So we need to cut some more frames, but these frames are easy, most of them anyway. Actually, I think I used all the easy ones. All right, so let's start by cutting out our frames. This is the thankfulness paper. And it's hard because it's got this really cute pink floral on the back. But if you get your pattern paper out-on kit, you get 2 sheets of each pattern, so you don't have to choose which side you want to use because you have 2 of each. And I'm leaving like a little tiny white border around these just because that's how I do it. And you could do this with a paper trimmer too if you wanted to, but it takes this one. If you've already cut your frames out and you're using photos as you create your page, you can go ahead and apply your add your photos behind your frames. And you might want to do the same thing that we did with the frames the last time. If you want some dimension, you can add the foam behind your frame. And then it will create a little bit of shadow. I always like the way that that looks. 9 times out of 10, I always have something dimensional behind my photo. I think it just draws your eye toward it. Okay, so there's 3. This little to talk while you do this. They can't speak or can't cut. It's funny, when my kids were in preschool and they were learning how to cut. I don't know if anybody else noticed this, but every time they would cut, they would open and close their mouths when they first started using scissors. I don't know what it was, but each one of them did it. Oh my gosh, my cat will not leave me alone. Out. Okay, I'm going to trim this just a little bit closer. Okay. And because this is an oval and I can't cut it with a straight X-Acto knife, this is how I go about it. It's not pretty, but it works. Did you just steal something? All right, almost done. Okay, there's that one, and one more. Okay. This one. Tates, get out of here. She steals stuff. She likes to chew on paper and she'll take off with it. So sometimes I'll find, she's not the one that bit the cat though. Hey. Okay, so this guy I'm going to use my fine tip scissors to go around this little edge. So there's that guy, and we're going to cut the center out of him just the same way. By cutting this in like weird random, it kind of breaks up some of the paper so you can actually get your scissors around. All right. And oftentimes, I don't know about you, I move my paper when I am fussy cutting more than moving my scissors. Wonder if I'm the only one that does that. There we go. Okay, so there's that one. So we have these, I'm going to quickly use my craft knife and deal with just quickly. Since this one has a little rounded corner, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut the straight edge, and then I'll go in with my scissors and kind of grab the little rounded edge, because whoops, I can almost guarantee that if I tried to do it with my craft knife, it wouldn't work right. Just take my fussy cutting scissors, I'll poke them through here, and I'll just get the little rounded edges. I think I went a little too far with that one. There's that one, and then we'll do these two really quick. And you can do this with your paper trimmer too. Does anybody have any plans for spring break? For those of you that have kids and they're off for off school for a week. I remember when I was in school and my kids were in school, they could barely wait to have a break for spring break. We usually ended up traveling somewhere for soccer 9 times out of 10, but it was still a trip. They also were doing track in the spring, and so they had, when they were in high school, they had track practice even when school was out. It's funny, you know, you're so busy when your kids are little, you're running around, and you know, when your kids are really, really little, it seems like you never leave the house. And then when they get a little older, it seems like you can never find your way back home. You're always gone. And then when all of it's said and done and they're off living their own lives, and you kind of miss it. I guess that's when grandbabies come in. Although we don't have any yet. Nobody's married quite yet. Okay, so here's this. That one. I'm going to quickly clean this up just a little bit. Made a huge mess. All right, now I'm going to, the other thing that we need to cut is the it's this guy. And this is the togetherness paper. On the reverse side, there's a little tiny floral. But it's so, I loved this paper, and I loved how, because all of the shapes are really easy to cut. And so you get a bunch of tags and labels, but and you have to fussy cut them, which is, you know, not everybody's cup of tea, but you don't waste an embellishment that has something that you can easily cut on your own. So you have to let me know whether you liked that. Okay, so now I'm going to quickly add some foam behind this. I need little foam squares. This one. Anybody's wondering where I get my fun foam, I get it from Amazon, and I like it because it has adhesive on one side, so it makes it a lot faster to use. And it's great if you do like shaker cards, because you have, you know, one piece of foam that seals your shaker card, which is nice. These. Here. These could have been a little thicker, I think, but it's all right. This guy. Might need another little pieces. Righty. There's one. Here's another little oval guy. Clearly I can't cut straight when I was, or I didn't. Okay, a little bit more. There's that one. And then got this guy. And there we go. One and one more. One more little piece. All right. Okay, so now I need a sheet of where did I put it all? All right, so now I've cut this down slightly. I'm going to get to the fun stuff. Okay, so this. All right. Move this out of the way. And then toss these little scraps. Okay, so now we need to kind of situate our frames. And I need to quickly back mine, so let me do that really quick. I have some paper already cut. Where are my scissors? And then pencil, pencil, pencil. And this guy. This one. This guy. Okay, so I'll add some adhesive here. And then oh, who's listening to Hail Mary? Somebody was just talking. I've lost a little bit of the chat, I guess, here. On Alicia, I haven't seen you in forever. So nice you're here. I'm so horrible at keeping up with the chat while I do this. I've got my head down all the time. And then all of a sudden I look up and there are people chatting or leaving and having to say goodbye, and I miss all of that, so sorry. Okay, so here's this. To the back. Just want to make sure that it's always covered. And this one, my glue, the tip on my glue is so gummed up. Put that one, and then this guy. I wouldn't have backed them, except we're going to have them overlap, so it would look really wonky if I didn't. this one, now just pop him. Hopefully, I cut him a little slim, so let's see if he. There's glue everywhere. Okay. All right. The other thing that we need to do is we need to pull out our let's see, our borders, and they are where did I put mine? Okay, let's see here. There they are. Okay, so that's what we need for this guy. I believe that I used the plaid on this. I think these are our fabric die cut stickers, border stickers, and I have this somewhat straight. Doesn't have to be perfect, and it's not. All right, and I'm just going to quickly trim off the edges here. Takes out. Okay, I'll set these aside. All right, so now we're going to start laying down the frames the way we want them on our page. So here's our project sheet. So hang on a second. Let me. Okay. All right, so we're going to first lay our frames out onto our white cardstock. And this is still looking, okay, you know what? Come on, you don't have to, yep. I gotta fix it. Or maybe I can't. Yep, you can't. All right, it's gonna be how it is. All right, so there's that. We're going to put our blue frame about right here. And some of these, if there is a little bit of foam where they're going to overlap, I'm going to remove that my scissors. So that. So there's that. So you can sit about right there. This guy needs. So there, it's going to be about right there. This guy be about right there. And then this guy, I think I'm going to put, where's my phone? Some foam in the center here. So we just kind of want to make sure that we've got which one did I think? There's that. This guy is going to be about right here. And then we're going to take our little square guy, put him here, and then this one will drop down this way. So all of the frames are going to be kind of running vertically down the center of our page. So we're going to go ahead and use my tape for most of them, and then I'll add some liquid when. Do you know that Karen Benson would be so proud of me that I haven't even used my T-square ruler once? And I always use my T-square ruler. So this guy is going to go about right there, maybe. This one. It's perfect to me, but that's all right. I'm going to trim this off because it's popping underneath my frame and I don't want it to do that. Okay. So there's that. Right there. Stick this in a little bit. All right, so those there. And then it in the center. It's crooked to me, but that's all right. This guy, I'm going to sorry, Karen. Where is my... All right, well, oh, here it is. Gotta do it. It'll make me crazy. Okay, so this one is square. And then this is the one that was being kind of wonky. All right. Let's make sure that this is straight. Go. And then this guy can go now underneath. I can there. Much better. Okay. So now we're going to slip this one under here, but I'm going to cut this corner off so that I can place it properly. Okay. And then this one is going to go right here, and we're going to have that little loop butt up right next to the waffle frame. This guy, just need him to slip under there a little bit better. So there we go. So there is the base of our page. And now what we need to do is we just need to pull out some leaves. And I think it listed some fussy cut leaves too, but I'm just going to grab some leaves, some die cut leaves. You can grab whichever you want. We need to make sure that we've got some teal. So I want to do kind of tone on tone, so that the blue frame or the mint frame is going to have mint colored leaves. The orange frame is going to have orange and red leaves. And then the pink one is going to have pink and magenta and then gold up at the top. So that's kind of the color we're going to kind of do a tone-on-tone look with this one, and so we want to grab leaves to kind of fit within those. Colors. Okay, so this one would work. This one there. This guy would work there. Let's see. A red one would work there. Yellow. This guy up here. And then let's see here. This one. What else I've got up towards the top. I can do this little blue one. And okay, and let's see here. To have like a little, like a darker orange. There we go. So there, that works. And this guy. And then we'll do some variety of different. This guy is good. I like the difference, the different colors of pink in the leaf there, as opposed to just black veining in the leaves. And then let's see what else. Pink. So that guy. Dot. Oh, no, I think this one. I like that better. Okay. There's that. And then we'll go ahead and color our leaves. I just wanted to make sure that I pulled some of these out ahead of time. We might add a few more afterwards, but this kind of gives us a basis for our page. And now what we need to do is we need to pull out our chipboard pieces. And I had this one. Okay, so we need our title, which is Chili. I'm just gonna split all of them out. Whoops. There's so many in this pack. These are one of my favorite products. We've had them multiple times in our kits. And so here's Chili Days. This is our title. And it's going to fit just in here. And then we need to grab some leaves that we're going to color. And I'm going to pull these titles out. But there's a bunch of them. Favorite. Hello. Thankful. Costumes. Favorite friends. pumpkins, family, happy. So you could use whichever title you want to for this. There's happy heart, hello, hello fall, thankful, favorite pumpkins, favorite costumes, friends, favorite things, I think is the favorite things, costumes, pumpkins. And I think that there's an ampersand in here somewhere, but okay. But those are not ones that we're using. So we are going to grab and pull some of these out. So I want this little grid one. We'll use him up here. And then I'll use this guy maybe up here. We've got a little, that guy there. The stripe one over here. There's a grid right there. There's a big dot one right there. And let's see if I had any others. Let's see which one. I think I used that one. Okay. So what we need to do now is we need to grab some, either you can grab watercolors, you can grab ink pads, whatever you have on hand. It just needs to be water-based. If you've got mists, that will work too. And you'll need a paintbrush and some paper towels and a little bit of water. I'm gonna go fill this cup up really quick. Tater, have you been keeping people occupied? All right, so I'm gonna scoot this off just slightly. And what we're gonna do, I've got some water and I am going to use a little bit of my Lindy's. And I want to use a palette because I don't want to mess up stuff that doesn't want to be messed up. Okay, this had paint in it from before. I think it was last week. Sometimes I hang on to it, thinking maybe I'm going to use it again, but 9 times out of 10, that's not the case. All right. So if you have like a paper plate, if you have a glass mat, if you have a piece of packaging, a stamp block, anything like that will work as a palette for you. All right, so I'm going to grab some colors. try this one. And then, let's see here. I need a little bit more yellow. I can put some of that in there. And do I have as far as this one is trying to look at the color, but I can't read it. That one might work too. Let's see what I got here. Let's see. The autumn crimson maple. Mania might work. Mini bikini and maybe hibiscus rose and try this. Okay, we'll figure out something that will make all the colors that we need. Okay, so I need my little scoopy thing. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we'll do our title first, and I find it best to set these, pop out the centers of course, and then I like to sit them on top of a paper towel when I do this, and that keeps like all of the liquid from soaking up into the chipboard. So let me grab a paper towel. I'm going to kind of push that a little bit off because I don't want. So these are going to go here, and what I want to do is I want to do kind of an ombre, and I want to go from like a pinky red to an orange and yellow. So we'll start at the top. Let's start with the hibiscus rose because I think we might be able to do that, and if we need to, we can mix in a little bit of the. And a little bit of this stuff goes a very long way. So you don't need a lot of color. Let's do this one too. Literally very little. If you use too much, you get like really deep colors, and then oh my goodness, no I don't. Okay, this one goes with this. See, this is what you don't want to have happen, because if it accidentally gets wet and it gets on your clothes, you're going to ruin your clothes, or you're going to get pigment where you don't want it. So let's just brush that away. Okay, so now I'm going to take a, typically I'll put water in a spray bottle, but sometimes it blows the pigment powder, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to add, now let's do a little bit of yellow too for this one. This has like a little shaker top, so it makes it a little easier to But these have shimmer in them too, which is really pretty. We did a mixed media class a couple weeks back, and it was a lot of fun, and we used a lot of the Lindy's in it, and we're going to add to that. Now this one is called Mango Mania, and this is more of an orange. So a little bit of orange here. Be pretty. And then let's do some, this one's called Dipito Teal. This one's really shimmery and pretty. So we'll put that one there. And then I think it's the only ones. I do, I might do this one. Well, let's see. We'll see. All right. So what we want to do is we want to mix them really well. And as you can see, you get a lot of color with very little paint. Okay. Let's mix this one. And orange. Teal. Okay. Alrighty. So what we'll do is I'm going to start at the top. I kind of want to mix a little of this with the pink to make more of a berry. Okay, perfect. All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start at the top, and I'm going to apply the liquid. Oh, I'm not even doing it on camera. Let's do this. Pull this to the side, and then we'll So here we go. Do the same thing here. Start at the top. And we're going to try and get that kind of a berry color. Okay. I'm not going to clean it up quite yet. So now I'm going to take some of this orange and I'm going to run it kind of through the center part here. I'll do that down here as well. And this kind of blends the colors a little bit. Okay, and then we'll go in with the yellow. This just kind of makes that gives you that graduation in color. But these are like, love these. One of my favorite products that we've ever done. And then I want, with this top one, I want to add just a little bit more pink at the top. Same here. We'll do a little more pink, and then we'll add just a tad of orange. Kind of here as well. We'll do this. Okay, so now what we'll do is we're going to just take our paper towel and gently place it over the top. And you're going to see some of that color. Okay, so we're a little bit pinky at the top, so I'm going to do a little bit more of this crimson color. And then mix some of the pink, because I want it to look a little more fallish than. Okay. Do the same thing with this one. This one, and then we'll do some of this down here towards the bottom. Is this plugged in? No, it is not. 1 second, I need to plug in my heat gun just for the sake of time. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to slightly wet my paper towel. I'm just going to go over it very gently, and it's going to remove the pigment where the dots are, or where your pattern is. So you'll be able to see the detail. So here, you kind of see what it looks like. So I need to be able to, so, but it's really, and you've got a little bit of shimmer with that color. So same thing, we're going to do the same thing with the chevrons also. one with one thing with this one is that the color is just a little sunny. And I want to see if we can, this one might, let's see. Dip my brush in this. Let's see. Add just a little more yellow. To that. I think I'm very orange though. I'm trying to find that middle ground. We'll just add. Okay. All right, let's do this. I think we need more yellow. Oops. That's going to be really yellow. Which is fine, I guess. Okay. Okay. So let's that looks lovely. So let's just wipe off the chevron a little bit. You just need to be a little, do this very gently so that you don't damage your chipboard. All right, so there we go. And I'm just going to add just a little bit more of this yellowy gold to the bottom of this one, just to, so that it has just a little bit more pigment to it. And then we'll get on with the leaves, because they're just all going to be a single color. And then let's just go ahead and grab a little bit more of this pink. I'm going to pop it in kind of right in here. Perfect. This is dry all the way. You just want to make sure that it's dry before you start wiping it, because otherwise you'll just pull the color right off of your. There we go. Okay, very cute. All right, so there's our title. Chilly Days. And now I'm gonna grab a clean paper towel and let's get to work on the leaves. So first, let's do the blue ones. So pull the two blue leaves and we'll put them on our paper towel. Okay, nice and clean brush. And this is kind of what the color is going to look like. Perfect, perfect. Okay. And we'll do this one too. Sometimes I do like 2 layers of color to get it saturated. And I've done this without the paper towel before, but what happens is it sits in a puddle of color and then it ends up soaking it up through the back. And then the edges kind of get this color. So paper towel is your friend. Do a little bit more color. Do a little more on this side too. Let's dry this quickly and then we'll wipe it off. all dry before I start wiping it. Okay, so now let's go ahead and take a little bit of water. Wipe all. Very pretty, very pretty. Okay, there's that. So the teal ones are done. Now let's do the orangey ones. I think there's actually just, is there just one? There should be two here. What did I do with it? All right, so these are going to go over here. Must have misplaced one. This over. These are going to be like an orangey red. So let's kind of mix this with a little bit of this. Put a little yellow in there too. Okay. So this is going to be kind of an orangey red-ish. There we go. Orangey red-ish. Just a little bit of pink in here, just to there we go. Okay, so I'm going to just dab up some of the. Okay, now let's quickly dry these. So pretty. The top. All right, dry this, and then we should be good to go. So pretty. Okay, so let's wipe these just a bit. one and two. So there's those. Now we need to do the pink. And paper towel. And I'm going to add a little bit more of this. I think I have the right one there. Unless I mixed them up. I could have. Got it just right. Okay, so now we need these two. And put our little paper towel there. Put our little leaves there. Got some okay. I think I have the colors mixed up. So I think this is the rose, and then this one must be okay. I mixed up my lids, I think. Let's wipe these and see where we're at and if we want them to be a little more pinky. Oh, nope, they're good. Just the way they are, I think. And then this one. All right. And then we have one more that we need to make gold. Okay, so now did I mix these up again? So this one goes here, and then this one goes here. Okay. So now we have this guy. I'm going to use a different color. And I'm just going to mix it here on my mat. I'm going to add just a little bit of, okay, there we go. Just a little bit of, there we go. now we'll dry this guy. And we should be good to go. Just a little more. Color to it. Go. Okay, one more. All right, so now just a little paper towel. We're going to wet it just a bit, and then we're going to glue everything down. We will. Okay. So pretty. All right. Okay. So there's that. Let's clean up. Just want to make sure that I wipe everything down. Get this out of the way. Get this out of the way. Okay. So let's pull our page back up here. And we'll start to glue everything back together. Move these off to the side, put this up here, put that over there. Okay, so let's go ahead and kind of set our title in here. It's just going to kind of sit like about right there. So I'm going to take some adhesive, put it on the bottom here, and let's glue this part down first. Okay, let's see. Okay. There's that part. And then let's have this one. Okay. And then this one kind of can sit, kind of move that around. There's glue all over the place, but it will dry clear. So I'm not too concerned about it. So let that sit there. Now let's take our two like goldy orangey leaves. And I'm going to put those on the bottom here. We're going to kind of layer things a bit. And then this one, I'm to kind of bend along the veining of each one of the leaves. And it's just going to give it a little bit more texture. Okay. So this guy, I'm going to put kind of up here. And then this one we'll put down toward here. And I'm not making the stems go entirely under because I'm going to layer with these. Oops. That one just a bit. So these guys are the ones that I want to take the stems off, and I think I'm going to cut into the leaf itself so that I can tuck it underneath the frame a little further. Yeah, just like that. And I'm just going to glue it here in the center. And then this guy, just kind of fold along the center, and I'm going to trim his little stem down just a little bit. Honestly, I think I'm going to cut the end off of him also because and then this one, we'll do the same. We'll bend through the center. I'm going to cut the bottom off. And then I'm just going to apply a little bit of glue in the center of the leaf. And, oops, don't want it to go there. Let's see here. So that just kind of adds a little bit. All right, so that's where those go. And then let's do the blue ones at the top. We've got this one here, and this guy here. And then bend these just on the center where the stem is, center where the stem is, and we'll go ahead and trim the stem off on this one. Him there, and then this guy I'm going to kind of set out here maybe, because this one, oops, put right in there. And then we'll put the little, this guy in the center. Give it some more. right, so now we've got pink leaves. We'll put those over here and put some adhesive. Honestly, the most time-consuming part about this page was the coloring of the leaves. So we'll put this guy about there, and then we're going to put this guy. I think I'm going to cut his stem off so that he can kind of sit back a little further. So pretty. Okay, and then we're going to just pop this guy here. I'm going to cut his stem off, put the adhesive down the center, and I'm going to turn him just a bit. Okay, and then we've got our big gold leaf that goes on the top, and see how pretty this looks because it's all tone on tone. So I think this one is going to kind of sit right there. We'll go ahead and finish this up. I'm going to cut the stem off here. And I'm going to put him about right here, I think. I want him to slip further in. So and then this guy, again, bend the leaves just a tad, adhesive in the center, and get rid of his little stem. Pop him and right here. Okay. All right. So now we add the finishing touches. And honestly, you could leave it just as it is. But we've got a few bits and pieces. So this is all step 1 and 2. Oh, you know what? There was one other little pink leaf that I needed. Tates, stop eating my stuff. Let's see. Find one. This will work. Needed a little. Alright, well, maybe it was a fussy cut leaf, but I'm not doing that. So we'll just use this one from the die cut pack, and just gonna pop him and stick him right underneath here. Okay. All right, so now we we need to just add all of our little finishing bits and pieces. So we've got the family and friends. Goes about right here. I'm not going to stick him down too hard yet because I think I might need to move him slightly. But and then this one, I'm going to kind of situate right kind of here. Okay. And then there's a little orange and pink mushroom. We'll put it right there. And then this guy is going to be sitting about right, drop him about right there. And then we should have some little leaves in here. We can pull it out. So we're going to grab this guy, put him in. I think I like him right there. And then the little pink teapot is going to sit here. Tates, you're done. Get down. Teapot. Okay. And then where the orange stuff is, we've got another little teapot here. And we're going to sit that right about here. Let's see. So there's that. And then do I have... Here's a little pop him in about right here. And then this guy is going to kind of swing around underneath. Okay, there we go. And then take this other little piece of yellow vine and we'll pop him right over there. And then, let's see, I think there's a little this guy, we're going to tuck in. I'll lift him up just a little bit because I'm going to tuck this guy about right there. And, okay. There's that guy. And then for the blue, we've got, let's see, I think I have a little blue teacup. And where's our little owl? The owl is going to sit right here, and then the teacup's gonna go about right there, and we should have another little bluey green. So put him kind of okay, so put that there, and then we've got, let's see, I think there is in our die cuts, I believe that there's just a little, maybe it's on the puffy stickers, could it be? I think that there was supposed to be a little, there must be. If not, I'm going to change something into it. Ah, there we go. Voila, found it. And then we're just going to add this little flag banner, and he's going to tuck up underneath the owl. Under the owl. All thumbs. Under the owl here. And then the little there we go. Voila! All 3 pages. We did it. Took longer than probably you were all expecting, but I wanted to make sure that we got it all done tonight, because next week we are going to do the November kits. So let's kind of pull everything back together and take a peek at what we did. I think that they all turned out really, really, really cute. Okay, so there's layout 3. Here's layout 2. And here is layout 1. So we did 3 layouts with a ton of stuff on them, and we still have gobs of product that we can still create more projects with. So yeah, so I hope you guys enjoyed this. I'm sure that it's very, very late for many of you, and you're probably all ready to go curl up into bed or get dinner or what have you. But I want to thank you all for joining me tonight, and I hope you enjoyed your classes, or this class, and enjoyed creating these layouts. I think that they are lots of fun, and I'm looking forward to doing this again next week. So be sure to hit the like and subscribe and notification bell if you haven't already done that, and be sure to head on over to our Craft and Connect community and check that out. I think that you'll be really surprised and thrilled with everything that is happening there. It's really an amazing place, and I'm in awe every day when I visit. So thanks, you guys. If you have any questions about your project, go ahead and leave them, or the project or any of the products. Be sure to leave a comment below, and I will make sure that I answer. Thanks, you guys. See you next week. Bye.